to Guardian. What do you need?
The universe is getting dangerous. Stopping a few surgical strikes won't fix.
Crucible needs me, Guardian. Are you ready to deploy?
Aramis's defeat was necessary. Though I can't help but feel unheard sympathy for him. She's a young child and suffering.
Crucible beckons, Guardian. Will you answer? What's going on out there? Talk to me, Guardian.
Another week, boys, and another pod. This week, Bungie shit the bed again.
Yes.
And then they
And
kind
then
of
recovered?
And then they kind of unshitted, but we still need to talk about that shit part. In
Yeah.
great detail.
Before we go into the details, do we think that the release of the article was intentional? Like separating it from the TWAB, releasing some shit on a random Wednesday night, and then releasing the TWAB after?
100%. The person pressed release and then walked out the studio and went home.
Oh yeah, I guarantee they didn't even go online. I guarantee, like, I wouldn't have. I would have released that stuff and been like, I'm not even gonna look at the internet tonight. And then just let the good news being TWAB carry into the week.
First, bad.
I think we'll talk about the bad first. We do it in order.
The bad, everything. To be fair, I do have a theory on that. Oh, here we go.
Yes.
So if there is the exotic axe that we can wield as well, then it's possible Bungie
So we really think that's going to be
I mean, we would think, yeah, like if we're not moving here, well, maybe it is scoping. I don't know. I think that Bungie is nerfing some of these things, knowing what's coming in Action Iron, and maybe is the long shot. They play tested some things and realized, oh no, we're gonna do nerf. Let's just get in front of it. There's just no explanation for some of them other than we don't know something that's coming.
Let me just give a recap here of things that are being done. And also, Luke, I don't know if and pretty much everything that's going to be getting nerfed next week is everything that is the most potent options in the Desert Professional. Pretty much everything we utilize or being utilized in the DP raid, from Super Generation, Outbreak, Underlord, even Thunebreaker, which also got nerfed right to Temporal Blast, which I think Temporal Blast is about to be really wrecked. And the nerf that's about to hit that mod, which kind of blows my mind because I was under the assumption, or at least I bought into, hey, it's a really good mod, but don't worry, future mod, and therefore they'll take it. It's a ton about it. But pretty much everything that what we would have used to get through the epic raids, I'm not saying with ease, but what we would have used got dealt with. And even things like Grand Overture got its full damage reserves pulled back, all the things like Mortal Wolves got a nerf to its damage as well. There was some good stuff too. Things like Sturm is getting a buff, and it's also going to be able to work with Lucky Cans. Hawkmoon is going to work with Lucky Cans. So it wasn't like it was all bad, but specifically if you are planning to tackle the contest mode version of the raid, I think this one's going to be just a typical. I mean, they're calling it epic DP. I would think it's going to be more difficult.
We also have not swap, so it's like double difficult.
Yeah.
Yep, that is very true.
Yeah.
I still think Outbreak's gonna be the play. It's a primary weapon. It could dish out a lot of damage. We'll have to just see what the damage scaler is, but it's mostly from what I'm reading. It seems like it's gonna be more of a nerf to your super regeneration.
That's the biggest thing, though, Les. That's Outbreak. I mean, if we're not gonna be able to,
you were getting your super so fast. Cross, I was getting like 2 wells while I was in 1.
Yeah.
Like, I was spamming Wall of Radiant with it.
I think they're gonna neuter it. We'll see. I think they're gonna neuter it. I mean, they say slightly reduce nanite damage base recharge or super contribution, but then they say reduce damage base recharge or super contribution above that. So it's a double nerf.
It's a double nerf. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I have to wait and see.
Above that super contribution, but then they say reduce damage base recharge or super contribution above that. So it's a double nerf.
It's a double nerf. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I have to wait and see how that works. Thunderlord 1 hurts as well because depends. Are Titans gonna be forced to use Acting Warwick now? Is that gonna be the play for Titans? when they're using Thunderlord?
I had every intention of going into this thing using the crossbow with Temporal Blast.
Temporal Blast. Yeah.
Bungie is
Silk Strike.
they have completely shat all over the meta. Luckily, we have an extra week, so we're going to be able to figure out exactly what we're going to be using. But my question is this thing going to go? I mean, how long did the last one take for us? 30 hours? 30?
We finished, I think,
Yeah.
like 6-7 hours before the time was up. So 40 hours.
I mean, do we think this one is going to be like that? We know the mechanics.
I don't-
What changes? Because we
It
already
really,
know
it
the
really just
encounters.
depends on how different the challenges are. Because if we think
Yes.
about 5 feet, right now we've just got, okay, do the encounters the same, except now 2 people need to be on each mechanic. In most cases, like Hydra, there need to be 2 people alternating eye callouts, or 2 people climbing for the chicken. So the challenges are going to have to be more difficult than that for someone to not be able to overcome them. And I hope that Bungie also heard that people just thought the first contest was a massive DPS check, you know, and the real reason that it took so long for World's First was just people couldn't do enough damage. So you would think that the epic raid isn't just going to be another massive damage check, but it's kind of looking that way, unless we can find something that's really, really good in a 5 feet in the next week. And even then, if we find something that's broken now, they'll just disable it. It's like, okay, yeah, go find what's going to be good now, so that we can make sure you can't use it for the epic raid.
Actually,
Yeah. So it's like almost to people's benefit to not really talk about what's broken outside of Outbreak, because it'll just be disabled. But it feels like a lot of these nerfs are just very delayed, like Strongholds. Who was saying that was broken anymore? It just like very late, and no one was using it anyway. So
A lot of the nerfs, like Cross was saying, is for DP. So I'm wondering if like a sword is going to be the play for the DP raid, and Stronghold, and Titan being the best already in terms of having gold charge and stuff. What are the chances that one of the challenges kind of requires you to be on swords? Not requires, but makes it a lot easier, and that's what they're different Strongholds.
Well, let's ask this question. Do we think it's wise that the raid is dictating the meta this much?
That is a problem, yes.
I don't think it's a very good thing.
There's somebody out there that just enjoys rocking Thunderlord, and now Thunderlord's about to feel worse for them, purely based on its performance in the raid or the day 1 raid.
I just have a problem. Like, it's one of those they can't win situations, because it seems like after this Nerfs article, what is the PvE meta? There's kind of not a defined one. Definitely not one that we found, because everything that was decent is nerfed. But when there is a very clear meta, people are like, this is just Outbreak the raid. This is just Thunderlord the raid. The contest mode was equip Thunderlord, don't do anything exciting, and that's the only way that you clear. So people have a big problem with these couple of weapons are the PvE meta, and that's the way that you clear this, and that's it. And I think, you know, using a melee build on the boss, which some like hunters started to do in 5 feet raids, which is very viable, it's difficult. It's very difficult to pull off compared to point and shoot Thunderlord, but it's rewarding if you can pull it off. And I don't know if Bungie is trying to make people just be more creative with build crafting, but this community complains so much when we have 1 or 2 weapons. That is the meta, and that's all you can equip to do well. So they're like, okay, here's nerfs. Now there's no meta, you know, figure it out, be creative. And people also complain when that's the case.
Well, that's the problem though. It's every encounter is a boss. So you're forced to use Outbreak. That's why the best raids, in my opinion, are ones that have a mixture of bosses and then puzzles. That's because it makes you swap, and actually, instead of being just, put a build on that just does the most damage, put a build on that can clear the most ass, so you can actually do the mechanics and do the encounter and the puzzles. Yeah. That's kind of why that mix of bosses and puzzles works so well, because it makes you switch. This raid, you just put on, when you get past Wyvern, you put Outbreak, and that's your whole loadout the whole raid. You don't swap off of it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of...
I might be coping, but I'm really waiting for a Verity. I really hope that the epic raid, since the bosses are going to be the same, I would imagine the bosses are the same. Maybe 1 extra one, but I think that that's kind of pushing it even. You would hope that more of that puzzle, that Verity vibe is what's coming in the epic raid. Because if not, like, we're just doing the same exact contest raid we did the first time, and Bungie's clearly putting a lot of thought into this, streaming requirements, and a whole 48 hours for it, and a new emblem and stuff, and so they have to add puzzles, I think.
Like, are they going to take the Pantheon route, where they, like, give us 2 wyverns chasing you around the map? Like, what are they going to... We don't know what they're going to do. All it says, epic raid, new challenges, new rewards. That's it. It's pretty much a wait and see moment. But like Liv said, like we need to just kind of the whole goal this next update is going to be finding what's the best meta. And I think it's going to be Rocket Pulse with Whirling Ovation. I think that's probably going to put the most damage.
Ooh. So you needed to live in Desert Perpetual before or have cleared contests and get Whirling Ovation, and then that's the meta?
Because when I think Luke and Cross, like you guys made a video of DPS, and it was pretty good when you were swapping from Rocket Pulse to Whirling Ovation and just kind of playing into the perk. Who knows? It could be the meta. And then
Do we know exactly? Like, I think someone said yesterday we're getting the exotic heavy is going to be a crossbow. Because didn't it show a crossbow in the gameplay yesterday in the trailer?
they showed a stasis
It was a
one.
new
Yeah.
crossbow.
Yeah, they showed a stasis one.
Yeah.
I don't know if that'll be the exotic.
Oh
Maybe.
yeah, and the
It's
new
definitely gonna
exotic
be the
rocket
exotic.
pulse. We're getting an exotic
Yes.
rocket pulse.
Yes. Here's where the theory of the axe being the exotic comes in. Plague Lands, it was pretty much Iron Lords going in there, and they all had axes and stuff. So the exotic mission is Warmind themed as well, or like that Warsat theme. I mean, it plays pretty well into being at the exotic.
I
but
just won't
think
believe
it's
it
the
till I
relic
see
still.
it. I won't
Yeah.
believe it till I see it because
Yeah.
we've been beta before in the past with the Scythe and Season the Hornet. So I don't want to get my hopes up that we're gonna get an
Yeah.
exotic axe there in the heavy slots. I mean, I see y'all's point on like why they may have nerfed strongholds. I personally hate that they nerfed that, especially considering they just came off of
course you
the article a few weeks ago talking about class identity. All right, well, my class identity as a Titan is to block everything and survive through
So
everything.
that's your identity.
That is the identity of the Titan. Oh, that is the identity. You know,
Yeah.
hunters get to go invisible and not contribute worth of shit, and warlocks get to sit there and crush behind their damn turret buddies, and Titans play aggressively.
Oh.
That's what we do.
Whoa! Wait,
And-
it's aggressive
and-
to stand and
kind
just
of
press
agree
You
with
hold?
damn
Ross
right
on
it
that,
is.
though.
It's
You damn
aggressive?
right. And now they fucking with
Oh
my
my God.
identity.
I am
I'm with
so...
Ross on that too. Like warlocks
I'm just
are the
messing with them.
necromancy class. They that's why they're buffing all the buddies with the grenades. It's like they want to build into that. But I feel like also why did Surturacti get a buff? That shit did not need a buff. It's just gonna be a more tanky exotic than what Titans have. You have Woven Mail, which is already really strong, and then every kill heals you. Like you just won't die. That's like
I have no
That's
idea.
just wild.
This is so strange. It's like in one article, it's Bungie says we want to have class identity. That what does it mean to be this class or that class? And then they start, merging the lines here. You know what I mean? Between classes by essentially make somebody over there just likes hunters.
No.
Somebody over there just likes
Cross.
hunters.
I see Titan. I see Titan identity as more of like Banner of War Titan build. That's a Titan, or like even a throwing hammer Titan build. Standing there, I will never forget doing Grandmasters with you, and you just standing there the whole time, shielding
Fantastic.
with the sword.
Yes.
That's it. That's the gameplay.
Don't be mad.
I
Don't be mad. Just,
maybe Bungie didn't see that as your identity. You know? So-
I think the perfect identity for Titans is probably 2 more stasis persons.
Yeah.
I think that really put it right.
That was our buffs. That's what we got. So,
that was wild.
But
That's sad.
but interesting that it's interesting they did separate this, and we don't normally get Wednesday articles, but they separated it out. They gave us all the bad news on a Wednesday. They went through there, hit us with all the nerfs. Everybody was pissed off, and then they rolled out the TWAB, which was pretty much all good stuff. That was, everything in the TWAB.
Yeah.
The leveling is about to get a lot better. Even when you're going from the 400 to 450 grind in the future, or in this case 500, 550, you will always be getting that +1 progress. Like the grind is about to be cut down substantially.
The math is 400 Caldera runs for 550.
Well,
500.
that's not
Wait, really?
But that's not
It's
including
400
primes.
runs if you hit every spot and no prime.
And
like
no
Ross
prime,
said.
right? You're still gonna get primes to sprinkle in, which will be
You're
the
still
big
gonna get
jumps.
the Zavala drops
Yeah.
in the week as well. Like so it's not gonna be 400, but the max, if you don't it's impossible to get no prime, but it's a max of 4 or minimum of 400. or
Way,
max of 400.
way better
Way
than
easier.
1200.
Yeah.
That's way better.
Yeah.
Way better. I might actually do it this time because, the loot is extremely rewarding at the end. There's just seeing y'all get tier 5 drops only in PvP, PvE, outside of the raid. But I didn't do the 400 to 450 grind. I just stopped. I'm at like 406 or something. Like I was just playing the game, and raiding doesn't really level you up. So I'm not getting the 450, but I also didn't really feel like going through 1200 Caldera runs to do it. So I was just playing the game the way that I wanted to and pretty easily got to 400. But it feels nice to, I know Cross is more in the boat of like, do the grind, and if you don't do the grind, you don't deserve the loot. But it'll be nice to have it. So I think it's a positive.
Here's the thing. Bungie wants to go in this direction of like Diablo and Path of Exile, okay? And where those games really, especially like PoE, you can still get a unique to drop on you at any point between the very first part of the Act 1 to in-game. And so like there's always a possibility that some of the best stuff could drop on you. That's what I was saying. Like, you know, if tier 5s is that best stuff, which I don't really know if tier 5s is, I don't know. This is where I veer off into, you know, maybe we do need to look into mythic weapons or something like that. But let's make the grind just more fun. And I think they're going to do that because, or at least make it more rewarding, because now if you see an activity that's 3 or 4 completion drops, they all have an opportunity to be a prime, which is great. You're going to get the +1s from at all times from 500 to 550. I would say if anyone has been fatigued or burnt out, I would think that this is going to be much, much better grind wise. But I want to kick it back to the Ash and Iron trailer, because we got a trailer for this. I wasn't expecting us to get a trailer for this, but we got a trailer for this. Did y'all feel hyped?
Ready to become a brig? It's like becoming a ball.
No. Those are two very different things. Team Brig is fun. I am Team Brig. I like the armor. I'm gonna be honest. I'm sick and tired of seeing mediocre armor like constantly. It drives me insane to no end because I'm like, I want to be hyped about the armor. And there's been some good sets that they've put out recently. Like,
oh, you don't like the armor? I thought you said you did like the armor.
No. I was looking at it. I was like, really? I'm supposed to farm for that? Like, don't get me wrong. There's gonna be set bonuses, but I mean,
what's the tech set? It's tech set armor.
Tech set with a different color scheme.
With a different color scheme.
Yeah,
and so maybe there's going to be some ornaments for it, but it's tech set.
Here is my problem. We're getting all this armor. Where the fuck do they want me to put it? I don't got space, man.
Oh my gosh.
I don't have space. Dude, I complain that Cross carries so much stuff, and I'm over here at 697 volt of stuff. Like, I'm literally going to do something and just have fucking chat delete everything for me. Because I can't. Because there's some stuff that is really good. I'm like, damn, I gotta delete this now. Yeah. But it's really becoming an issue, and I hope in this reveal they talk about the vault.
They gotta talk about it.
If they don't, I'll be upset. I don't think
if they don't talk about it, I'm gonna raise questions like, are we even getting this vault revamp? Because they haven't spoke on it once. After they said it once, they haven't said anything about it.
They're talking about Renegades, and that's like at the top of my, like, above lightsabers is Vault Rework. I hope they talk about it.
We'll see, man. I mean, it's
the other day, Cross gave that hot take of like, I think that the root of all of the problems in Destiny is vault space, but I could not agree more with that. And I'm not saying I'm someone who keeps like 700 things that I should keep in there. Like, my vault is fine. I'm fine to delete something, but I do wish I could hold on to maybe like an off-meta role now that could be meta in the future, because I find myself, whenever I do my vault cleanings, deleting something that's, it's not great, you don't need it, you're not going to equip it right now, but then, you know, nerfs and buffs happen, and I wish that I had that weapon roll that I had to delete for vault space. So and with tiered loot, especially if they start introducing tiered loot in dungeons and raids, there's not space. I almost feel like they can't continue to introduce more tiered armor and older content because we don't have any space. So
it's hard to grind the stuff when I have nowhere to put it. That's where it comes down to, man. Because I would love to use all these bonus sets, but if I want to use everything in the game, it's going to take 300 slots just for the character. If I want every single type of build. Like, Cross was using that
really that much?
today. I don't think it's 300, I'm exaggerating, but
no,
if you want every single armor set with every single build that you want, you won't have enough space for all your characters. Like, it's gonna just be, we had a problem before where we were keeping a shit ton of weapons, but now we're keeping a ton of weapons and armor because
you only had one set of armor before.
Exactly. Before you only had your PvP, your PvE, and that's it. That's all you had.
I'm seeing that it's more than 300, and you're at a disadvantage if you want to play all characters. So you can't even have all these diverse builds. They're almost incentivizing you to stick to one character, because how are you going to fit tiered armor for every character in there?
So there was nothing in the trailer that really stood out to you guys, because
One thing, I was kind of like, are they bringing these back? I don't know if you guys noticed, but in the trailer, at like a certain time, there was a warlock holding a Leviathan auto rifle. I don't know if you guys noticed that.
no, sure wasn't a
Yes, they were
skin.
I saw
holding-
you say it.
They were holding a Leviathan auto rifle. Everyone was telling me it's Kvostov's ornament, but it wasn't because it was shooting void projectiles. So
Yeah.
I don't know if we're getting Leviathan weapons back, or if that's just one.
Oh, let me pull this up. Hold on. It does look like Kaval stuff, but
It's shooting void.
it's a bit thicker too. What was the auto rifle from Leviathan? Ghost Primus.
Ghost Primus, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe. Look, I'm not that crazy about the armor. I'm excited for the new exotics. We are getting a new exotic mission. Let's talk dungeon layers. We're only getting 3.
Yeah.
How we feel about it? And it's just gonna be pinnacle loot.
I was gonna say, first thing I was gonna say is they're not giving us tiered armor in dungeons, which I just don't know if that incentivizes people to play the dungeons, because it's tiered loot or nothing at this point. So many people have deleted their old armor. I think it's an L. I could see a justification for hopping into the layers if you could like cheese, or there was like some
Speed
really
run.
cracked loadout. Yeah, speed run
Get a
the
mint
encounter.
in like 60 seconds or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then it's like, okay, that's a grind. Like that's an efficient grind.
It will be faster.
Otherwise-
I do believe it will be faster. Like in comparison to like Starcross or Whisper even, I do believe that these dungeon encounters, the 3 that they showed us, will be able to cook those very, very fast.
Yeah.
But on the other end of that, it's just going to be pinnacle loot. And I just don't know if that's going to... Which they are adding more stuff to the pinnacle drop list. But if someone was like, I wanted a tiered version of Vendetta Kindness, that's not happening.
Which I think if they said, here's your dungeon weapons, but tiered now, people would hop in that shit. Like that's enough incentive to play it, even if it's not a prime drop chance. So I think it's half baked, which seems to be the theme, but they're like, oh, you complained that raids and dungeons aren't in the portal, here you go. We're not doing anything crazy, but sure, it's there, have fun. So L for me. And the trailer in general, I usually feel so hyped watching Bungie trailers because they're good at them. Like Bungie trailers are just the best. I didn't feel that watching the Action Iron trailer. That's an abnormal take from me. So I'm hoping the best.
Let me just say this. I think so. I actually got to meet I was randomly in LA. It was at the Borderlands event, and I got to meet one of the guys. He actually works at Sony, and he handles the trailers for Destiny. And I think that they did a great job. I just think the substance, you can only do so much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gotta Plague Lands
There's no plague.
with no just no Siva, you know what I mean? Obviously. Now I don't know what they're gonna do to spice that up. The big bad is Maya yet again, with collars around the Cabal and whoever else. You just don't have a lot of substance to work with. Like, you don't have to work hard to sell Final Shape when you have Prismatic and all this. You know what I mean? Like, that trailer just speaks for itself, right? And not only that, this is a free content drop, so it's not like a lot's being committed here. Yeah. I don't know if I'm that excited about going back to the Bloodlines. I don't really... I mean, did y'all really like it back in D1?
Well, I didn't play D1.
I don't understand
For
the
me,
hype with
it's
D1.
new.
I liked the activity they had in Legolands.
Yeah, that's the activity we're not getting though. So like,
Yeah, I know. That's what
Yeah.
my point is. Like, I don't know how enjoyable, like, what we're gonna do there. Like, they got
Look.
that war stat activity, but I mean,
everyone is so hyped for the Plague Lands. I'm just like, dude, it's a destination at the end of the day. We don't play destinations like at all. It's probably not even a destination we can go to. It's just probably going to be the activity itself.
Don't say
takes
that.
you to
Don't
the Plague
say
Lands.
that.
And they're
No.
like, Plague Lands is back. They
Please.
did it with Haunted and stuff. But Haunted, you can kind of go in there, but there were like activities.
They said, I'm almost positive the timeline for the year said Plague Lands is coming back as a destiny.
It's going to be a destination. I mean, I hope, man, but I
think so.
don't see the appeal to it.
Well,
the whole reason
it
why the Plague
doesn't
Lands was
have-
cool is because it had that Siva theme.
It had Siva,
Like,
right. It had that
was what the
red...
big, exactly.
the
You see the
contrast
little
with the
nanites
snow.
flying constantly
Right.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, but this one, it's just Cabal. There's not much interest to it. Does that make sense? If that makes sense.
Yeah. So y'all aren't excited about the idea of a brand new activity that we haven't done before? Like, do we think it'll get stale quickly?
From what we saw, it doesn't. Like, it seems like stuff we've done.
Yeah, it seems like a public event.
Before.
Like, they
Like
haven't
the
really
shooting
explained.
the thing on the inside. We've done that before.
Yeah.
We had the
Yeah.
Proving Ground Strike where we did it. And what other activity? I think anything Cabal theme had that, where like you shoot the inside, the shield goes down, kill the enemies, move on. I mean, they're like Cross said, the trailer team did what they could with the little stuff they got to show.
Yeah.
I mean, the exotic rocket pulse, I'm surprised that you're making it strand, since we already have a strand. That would have been nice to have a different element, but we'll see how it plays out. It seems interesting. Rocket pulses are always good. The more we get, the better. But I don't know, man. It's seeming like it's what to expect from a free content update. Everyone was saying, oh my God, Ashen Iron is going to change everything. It's free, guys. Don't expect too much. Okay, we get it.
Yeah.
But it's not much.
It's free, and I do think that the focus will be on the raid, because that's
you're right.
paid content. The epic raid portion of Ashen Iron is what we paid for with Edge of Fate, and so that is definitely where more of the resources go. And now that there are weekly challenges coming to Desert Perpetual and tier 5 armor and weapons won't be gate kept, I think that they want more people in that raid, and that's kind of what they're banking on.
I do want to mention, because like the dynamic between it being free versus being paid, I do like that Bungie is doing free updates. Like, I think when they're executed well, they've done really well. And I remember back in P1 when they had stuff like the Taken Spring, April. Like, that was really easy. And it's not a lot of stuff, but it was like, game was dead, something new to grind for, something new to face. I think now the issue with free updates is it feels like stuff is being held over for the free update instead of it just being bonus. Like, a good example would be the fact that the raid of not being tier 5 until Ashen. That feels just like a time gate as opposed to it being, here's a new extra content that we're spicing up the game with. Yeah, it kind of paints this negative perception on it, and this false expectation that it's supposed to be something really good when it's a free update and it's got some stuff, but it's not going to be a ton. It's not going to like dramatically alter like the entire infinite expansion of crazy pull does.
That's why I want to do Desert Perpetual right now. In a week for like 3 weeks from now, I'm gonna get tier 5 versions of them. Why do it now? Why waste my time doing this when I can either play a different game or grind to 450 or whatever players are doing now? I love the raid, don't get me wrong, but I don't see a reason to play it because I'm gonna delete those weapons eventually.
Yep.
I was gonna grind for a tier 4 crossbow, but now that Temporal Blast is getting nerfed, I'm not gonna waste my time grinding for that. I don't even know if I'm gonna go for the tier 5. To be honest with you, I mean I might. But I mean, the big thing that sold the crossbow was the Temporal Blast interaction, and I know that's a temporary thing. You know, that I would. I mean, this is my opinion. I would rather take something that is powerful for 6 months than mediocre forever.
Right.
That's just the way. That's the way I look. I'd rather grind for something that's powerful right now, that will stay powerful till December, rather than just all right, there it goes into the vault. And we just sit on it forever and ever and never use it.
I thought that was the whole point of the new gear stuff. It's like, you get this stuff for a limited time, it's going to be really good, but then it's going to go away. Or it's going to be kind of like soft sunset. Was Temporal Blast really strong? Yeah, but if it was going to be a big issue for Epic Raid, just disable the mod for the Epic Raid. Don't just nerf it across the whole board.
Even then, has there been a time, I can't remember, has Bungie
It's a temporary mod.
Has Bungie
nerfing
ever,
a temporary thing.
Has Bungie ever nerfed an artifact mod, like in the season that it came out?
Maybe they probably have, but normally they change it up for the next time it comes around. Particle Reconstruction was like that. It was super busted, like it was insane. But then they kind of changed it a little bit, nerfed it, and then they brought it back later on. I don't know. We'll have to. Bungie needs to kind of figure out what their goal is with these limited time stuff, because just nerfing them just makes me not want to play anymore, or not want me to use that mod. I'm gonna just go now for temporal armaments.
Yeah, get the 50%.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm rocking the rocket with choke clip, I'm gonna just use temporal reloader or loader, whatever it's called. But hey, temporal blast is now. I mean, maybe it's still gonna be decent, but man, that damage nerf is gonna be substantial.
Well, armaments were actually in harder Delta content was better than blast because the way it scaled, and you just weren't proccing enough blast shots. Not everything. Crossbow was a little bit different because it wasn't proccing consistently. But that was like, to me, that was the logic between the two. It was like you got armaments, which can give you that 15% buff. Which will scale better in game, or you got Temporal Blast, which just nukes everything at like -10, -20, and even somewhat to -30. But then you start to see the major dip off at like -40 and -50, right? And so I thought it was actually, I thought it was intentional. I was like, wow, that's actually balanced pretty well. And it's damage based. The mod was damage based on its props.
I personally like that, like, addition of these different, like, dynamics, like temporal blast versus, like, I know with the heavy, you got looking at that versus burning ambition. And so I like the dynamic, even with something like burning ambition versus incandescent. It's like incandescent's great when you're much easier content, a lot of ads to kill. Then as soon as you're tanking like enemies, it's like, oh, burning ambition really starts to stand out. So that temporal blast is part of that whole conversation. More tally, more damage versus polar explosion. Yeah, I really like that existing as like just a different approach to like different mods and choices you had to make in build crafting. And it's sad to see it temporal get there.
Well, I know.
Some of the pinnacles and stuff.
I do still think that like there will be metas that shape out. There always are. I hate that they're nerfing something that's temporary. Like, my favorite tweet about it was who was complaining? The ads? Like, why did we nerf this? It's not like the
ads.
Why do we care that we're doing more damage and having fun? Like, it just doesn't make any sense, and it's temporary. But I do like. I almost want to be a Titan or the Epic Raid because like, I still think that Peacekeepers, the SMG build for damage will still be great. There are builds that they didn't touch, but it just feels like they went so hard because of the Epic Raid. It's almost like the Epic Raid better be really good. Or they did all of these nerfs for what? They could have just disabled certain weapons for the Epic Raid and let us have fun outside of it still.
Well, we could talk about Sandbox all day long, but let's jump into the raid itself that's getting pushed back an entire week, and also the requirements. The first time ever, if you were going to be competing for Worlds First, you got someone on your team has to stream, and you can't block your stream. You can only use Bungie's overlay. So I'm curious to know what kind of overlay they're gonna have. You know what I mean?
That's what I was gonna ask. Like, do we think it's gonna block a lot, or is it gonna block like the buff names? I could see it being like lines over the buff name.
Yes, I think it's gonna be probably over the side where the buffs pop up, and maybe where your super is, around there. Maybe not much else though. Maybe the top of your screen might. When you get like buffs, you know how you get on top of your screen instead, under your health. That might also be blocked, but besides that, there's really nothing else to block.
Yeah.
So
the language was a little vague on. I know they said you can still put your face and your brand, like you can still put that on there. I almost wonder if people will take that to an extreme and say, "Oh, it's just my camera. My camera's really big,"
and blow it up. They could.
That was my. When I read that, that was my first thought because I watched quite a few people with Desert Perpetual and they were putting very large cameras or like, oh, it's just the background of my room or whatever it might be. Yeah. I'm worried about that. I do think that there needs to be clarification there because if people can find lines to step over, they will. And I think if they're Bungie saying, put your face on, put your camera on still, people will take that a little too far.
Quality
and then they'll say,
stream,
well, I still followed the rules.
People might be running the stream at like 144.
There you go. Drop the bit rate.
Drop the bit rate. Literally everything's just blurry. You can't see what's happening really.
Yeah.
But they're streaming, so they have to be more clear on it too. Like they gotta be like minimum 720p. Your camera cannot be more than a quarter of the screen, maybe. Like they have
We're giving
to
away the strats.
They have to. This was already thought of, dude. Like
I know,
people probably have already thought like, okay, we can get away with this, but they need to figure out. They need to be more specific. Is the word? Yeah. I think the streaming thing is good though. It's good. They needed to do this. Because after last raid, oh my god, that's.
I mean, people have been asking for this pre-Desert Perpetual contest too, though.
Yes.
You know, so it's a late change. It's overdue. Definitely exacerbated by the cheating, but you know, people will still cheat. They just won't be eligible for Worlds First. And I also do think it's funny because I don't know how many people on old gen consoles were even attempting it, but I don't know if you can stream from an old gen console, so kind of knock those out of the race too.
Well, not directly. I mean, you can hook it up to a cam link, but yeah, it's most definitely.
I think you can stream from. I'm pretty sure you can stream from PlayStation 4. Oh yeah.
Yes, you could. Yes.
Yeah. So there's literally no excuse. Like everyone can stream. Yeah. Anyone can set up a Twitch account or a YouTube account and hit the go live button. Yeah, no, I think this is good. I think there's a multitude of reasons why they're doing this, but I almost feel like Bungie is, let's just be real, our entity is ass. I played somebody today with the contest mode and people were calling him out in the stream. He beat the contest rate in an hour.
Just skill diff.
I guess.
You do need to look at, I will say, like, you need to look at what the total time spent in the raid was, because sometimes it's that instance.
Total time
they
was
were
an
in that
hour.
Oh no.
I think Cross
Yeah.
we spoke on this in the stream as well, but man, they need to do it like these other MMO games are doing, where they give certain players the ability to ban, or at least flag, like, yo, this person is such a shit. It becomes their top priority, like on the list of bans, whatever. And then they look at the gameplay or whatever. But man, like, I give it to certain people, and it's not like they can ban off the rip, but like flag them. Like if I let's say Cross, you get it, you run into a person you think is cheating, you report them, or you give, or like another specific thing pops up, and then that immediately gets flagged, and they get. But I don't know how long it's gonna take for them to review it and all that, but
Yeah.
it kind of needs to happen, dude.
Maybe I just think that whatever Bungie's anti-cheat, I don't know, man. It's just obviously when 70% of your day one completion is repeaters, dude, that is a problem.
Something's wrong.
The system is broken. And so hence why they're doing this. But that's still not going to stop people from paying a cheater to carry their account through to get whatever associated emblem. You know what I mean? That's still going to happen. They just won't be eligible for the day one range.
Yeah, anti-cheat's bad. They almost need to stop. They're like embarrassing themselves when they're periodically tweeting new updates or anti-cheat going out, or like, oh, we're continuing to tackle cheaters every week. I appreciate the transparency, especially I think DMG tweeted recently, like, y'all, this is an endless battle with cheaters. We're trying and they're evolving. And we also hit this on the podcast a couple weeks ago. Like, how do you keep up with the like proliferation of cheats? I think it's tough, but I don't think that Bungie is doing a good job. They almost need to stop saying we're making updates to our anti-cheat, getting people excited, and then it's just as bad.
What anti-cheat do we use again?
BattleEye.
We use BattleEye. All right, so like, I'm assuming like Bungie pays for BattleEye, correct?
Yeah.
All right, so
I assume that's how it works.
yeah, and they probably pay like a service from BattleEye. Like BattleEye is supposed to be blocking this shit, right? Like, I mean, if they ain't blocking these cheaters, at what point you call a BattleEye and be like, hey, the shit, do better, you know?
I have a question real quick. Is the streaming requirement for the emblem as well, or is it just for World's First?
No, they wouldn't require that.
No.
So people
it's
can still
World's First
cheat.
competition.
Yes.
So people can still cheat. They
Yes.
just won't win the belt.
They
Like,
just won't win the belt.
that doesn't
Less.
fix anything though.
No, I think that the streaming requirement is a direct response to the non-streamer community being like, it is miserable to want to watch this race, not participate in it, watch the race. And all I see are, muted games, muted comms, blocked screens. I'm just watching a stream that is not a stream. I think that is what this is a response to, more than if we require everyone to stream, there will be no cheaters in World's First. Like, I think they know people are gonna cheat. I think
They heavy checked the first clear team anyway. I'm pretty sure the first team that cleared for DP was a cheat team, and then it just like disregarded completely.
No, was it really?
I'm not. I'm not. Don't quote me on it, but
yeah, I think this is about viewer experience, and because at the end of the day, if Bungie takes their raid races seriously and they promote them, and people come to Twitch or YouTube and they watch raid races, people to actually be able to watch them. If someone watches them and says, oh yeah, this looks cool, like I want to hop into this, cool, that's a win for Bungie, and it helps with visibility. So I think it's about viewer experience only and not cheaters.
I mean, that's good. This is where you have more people watch Destiny on raid day than any other point, even more so than launch day, like even more so than the launch of an expansion. You have more people watching raid day. And man, Salvation's Edge, I think, was probably the worst one, because it was a great raid,
bad.
but you had
So bad.
you had everybody was muted. You had the entire screen just taken up. You know what I mean? Just black boxes everywhere. I look back on it kind of fondly, like, man, that was what a time, right? What a time, you know what I mean? Because everybody is using scouts. Everybody is trying to figure out the mechanics, and everybody was spying on each other. So everyone sat inside of Verity, spying on each other for 12 hours straight until somebody figured that shit out. It was kind of fun, but it was a terrible viewing experience.
Terrible experience. Yeah. just hopping back and forth between streams, not because you're trying to scout, but because you're trying to find someone who's actually streaming. It was impossible. So
It's like don't stream at that point then. Like if you're gonna do that.
well, they're streaming because again, that's the day of the year that
I don't.
more
Yeah, I
people
don't.
are watching
I mean,
Destiny.
Bungie, you know, this is a Bungie thing. Like you gotta get out ahead of it, which is what they're doing now. So I don't blame people that are, especially if you're like up there that could potentially win that world's first. Do it. You know, I get it. Everyone's trying to get a slight edge.
Yeah.
Muted comms are still on the table.
Yeah.
You can't
can
mute
your
the
comms.
game audio though.
Oh,
No,
okay.
but like, does that
But,
really
like,
is that game changing
comms.
though for the contest race?
Not really.
Like,
but
has there ever been a sound cue that wins someone world's first? Like,
That's a
I
good
don't know.
idea.
I could see it happening. Yeah, absolutely.
If they said you have to keep your game audio on, maybe there are sound cues in this one, but I don't know. I don't think it's that deep. Again, I think it's about viewer experience, and they're saying, okay, it's unreasonable to say you can't mute yourself. It is reasonable to say don't have a silent stream. There's got to
Yeah.
be something going on. So I think it again about viewers more than cheating or letting someone get an edge up on the contest.
How do we feel about the delay though? Messing up a lot of teams. I saw a lot of tweets.
people.
I saw a lot of tweets like the past 2 days of people just like 3 of my members cannot raid now because of this change because they planned.
Yeah,
it
around
is
this weekend.
very last
it
minute.
hurts.
Yeah.
It
It's,
hurts.
it's really bad. It's a
Y'all, I have a concert that night, the Saturday night, and I
That sucks.
really wanted to go to it. Like, I am gonna have to cancel it or just not go, sell my tickets to raid, but like I clear my schedule for this. So yeah, I think it's screwing over a lot of people that plan for this. 48 hours, clearing off 48 hours is not the easiest thing to do. You're essentially saying like, any of my obligations, someone else has to take care of them this weekend. I'm not making any plans, and here I am. But yeah, delaying that. I would say more teams are probably messed up than not.
Why do we think they delayed it though? Do you think it's because of the streaming requirements? Because come on, it's just not that complicated to do.
Les, what do you really think it is?
You know,
What do you really think it is, Les?
I know
I know what it is.
Destiny
So-
Rising, baby.
Oh my God!
That's what it is.
No.
That's what it is.
But they actually
Royalties.
do. They actually do have a raid dropping that same week, which is crazy to me. You know, I figured if anyone would move, it would be Destiny Rising that would move their shit. You know what I'm coming from? But they have. So correct me if I'm wrong. That week they have the contest version of their raid launching, right?
I think it's that week, yes.
I think the reality though is I think it's Borderlands. I think Bungie knows that Borderlands is about to splash really, really hard. I mean, we're gearing up to no life to piss out of Borderlands next week. And so yeah, I think Bungie just wants to put enough distance between it and Borderlands. People gonna go jump in there, play the campaign, do whatever, get into in-game, and then hopefully by that point they may have gotten enough time in to be raid ready for the epic raid. And this wouldn't have been a problem if Borderlands, remember they were supposed to release the game. What was their original release date, Luke?
Towards the end of September, like the
22nd.
There you go.
22nd.
Somewhere in that ballpark.
Do we actually think people who compete in contest raids for Destiny were going to choose Borderlands over it? Because at the end of the day, like, the raid race is 48 hours. You hop right back into Borderlands.
I don't think it's the people playing. It's 100% about the viewership.
About the
it's
viewership.
like where is the audience's attention,
Yep.
and they don't want to compete. Like
That's fair. That's
don't
fair.
compete with Borderlands. That's a bad idea.
I mean, look, and they have competed before. They continue. There's the same, very similar genres. But I think that if you take just the audience that plays looters, they're all excited about Borderlands. And so when Saturday would roll around, what would they rather be doing? Playing Borderlands or watching Borderlands content or watching, an epic raid, which is just going to be a variation of the raid they've already watched. So I think it was a strategic pushback by a week for both Destiny Rising and for Borderlands.
We'll see what happens, I
We
guess.
might see the lowest player count for Destiny this next month. I think we might reach less than 10K on Steam charts.
We'll have to see. We'll see if the changes to grinding is enough to get some people to hop back in.
Yeah,
here's the
I'm
thing,
not
like-
denying that Borderlands isn't going to be good. I'm excited to play Borderlands. I'm excited to have a variation in what game I log on to every day. But the grind is about to be easier. We are getting new content. How long that keeps people around, I don't know. But I think saying Destiny's going to hit an all-time low in the next month is a little, I think it's harsh because I know people come back for this grind. Like, we had that retention for the month after Edge of Fate launch, and that is because people who play this game are in the mentality of, I need to get to the highest power level. I don't really care what it takes. And that's why you are 450, and so are many other people.
Let's get this straight. I got to 450 because I wanted tier 5s, not because I love
But
the
you
power
did
grind.
it. But no. But you did it. That's what I'm saying.
I did it,
Like,
yes.
You,
I'm gonna still
you
get
did
tier
it,
5s, so
and you're gonna keep
why...
wanting. You're gonna keep
Oh
wanting
yeah,
tier
but like
5.
I can get them even in Ash and Iron though. Like at my level that I'm at right now. Like it's not the grind that I love, it's the loot that comes with the grind that I like.
That's true. We are going to be able to get tier 5s before
You will be able to
550.
get tier 5
You can
if
just-
you get A+ rank.
You A plus,
any
and then in the
Guaranteed?
higher level you
Guaranteed, yes.
So you don't have to get the
That's
higher
how it
ranks. At the
You don't have to get the higher ranks. You're gonna be getting tier 5. That's the thing with Cross saying, like they kind of start they gotta think about adding mythics to the game or something that's tier 5 but more valuable than legendary tier 5s.
Yeah.
Because there's just no reason to get to 550.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
I'm
also
being
so
clear.
now.
Like, player count's low. Just to be clear here, like I do think it will get low. I think any game launch that's as anticipated as Borderlands will do that. What is Bungie supposed to do? Just like, I don't know, try to endlessly compete on the same launch weekends? Like, I think it's natural for people to. Well, I think it's natural for people to go play other games. Like, I always advocate for people to take a break from Destiny, go play another game. So do like Bungie does that themselves. So I think you might be right. We'll reach some lows. Player count will be concerning. I don't really know what that tells us other than, a game launch that people are really excited about. So naturally, population will dip.
I mean, originally Marathon was going to be launching this month, which is crazy. It's crazy. To even
Crazy to think about.
Yeah.
You know what someone pointed out is they said they'd be looking at the Mida weapons that are in game and then the Mida exotic chain. That perhaps these updates to these weapons were planned around the time because of that tie-in Marathon stuff.
Oh, so kind of like a collab.
It's sort of like
video.
Yeah, like obviously it wouldn't be. It's not like a full-blown collab, but I mean those be between both games is a little interesting because not just the Mida like multi-tool. Like no one was thinking about the update to that weapon, but also there's some like guns in game that are branded as Mida.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a shotgun, I think. Shotgun is branded as a Mida, but we'll see. I'll play it the first day and then probably play Borderlands the weekend.
Yeah. All I'm
There's
saying
not
is we
much
said
prep,
the
really.
same thing about Destiny Rising. We were like, at first, okay, we were like, is Destiny Rising gonna pull all of D2's player count? And I was like, well, no. Like, D2's player count suffering, I think, is D2's problem. I think it's my take. Like, Borderlands, yes, people will go play. I think if someone loves Destiny 2 and loves the state of the game, they'll keep playing Destiny 2 and they'll play Borderlands. I don't think Destiny Rising or Borderlands is what is stealing the player population. It's like, okay, it's Bungie's fault. If Bungie was releasing content that people are excited about, they'd keep playing both games. The population dipped at Path of Exile launch. It dipped and then it bounced back. And I think we could expect something similar with Borderlands.
Yeah.
Unless Borderlands is just so good that everyone's like, all right, this is my new game. Not going back.
It might be. We're definitely in a situation where, I don't know. I've been playing Destiny Rising. I just finished up the campaign for it. It was pretty good, and I'm just observing just comments and people in the chat, and there's still a lot of people that are liking Destiny Rising. Maybe they'll come back to Destiny, but you know how it is. I mean, like, this is like games we talk about. Like, we're not trying to compete against everyone. We can all coexist. People only got so many hours in the day. You better be trying to compete. You know what I'm saying? Like, if people become embedded in Destiny Rising more than Destiny 2, and that just continues to erode over time, well, Destiny Rising could become... I'm not saying I'm going to play Destiny Rising. I'm just saying there is a good sizable portion of people playing that game that are directly cut from Destiny's community. We'll see, man. We'll see. I want Bungie to go for blood,
It's always
man.
a wait and see. Yeah, so do I.
Tuesday's gonna tell us a lot with the
Tuesday
stream
is-
and everything.
I
They're,
agree.
they're showing
I mean,
us
we always
Ash
say
and
that
Iron.
though. We always say that though.
Well-
It's gonna tell us.
It's going to be like their previous streams. I'm not expecting any Vidoc style. I think this is going to be like a live thing. They're going to, bring on the developers. You know what I'm coming from? It's going to run that same thing. They're going to show Renegades. I don't know what they're going to show in Renegades.
If they talk about their favorite weapon that's coming, I'm going to lose my shit.
Oh my God.
Do we think they're stupid enough to do that again?
They're good. I would say that was more
My
of a
favorite lightsaber color is red. What is yours?
That was
I
more.
don't give a
That
shit.
was more of a marathon. This guy. I feel like for the most part, the Destiny streams, they have a lot of substance to them. I still think GGG does the best at their delivery.
Yes.
I think it's just content overload. But see, it's easy to do a delivery like that when you have that much shit to talk about. If you got that much shit to talk about, well, hell yeah, it's going to be an hour long, Vidoc drop. Because it's just that much stuff to go through. But it's just constant. But I don't think there's just as much stuff to talk about. We'll see, man. People are Star Wars crazy. They could show a lightsaber and everybody's just like, hallelujah, this is fantastic.
I mean, I think
They're gonna have to do a lot more than that.
people's opinion of Ashen, like that whole stream and like the hype leading into Ashen is going to be heavily based on how much they reveal about Renegades and how much stuff is in Renegades. So like, are we getting a new subclass? Are we getting like how good is the Star Wars stuff? Any decent like? Is it
I will
decent?
delete my vault if they show a subclass.
Oh,
Saying it right now, I will delete my whole fucking vault if we get a subclass. I'm talking about a brand new subclass.
Okay, not like
They're not
subclass
ages for
updates.
subclass. We're not getting a subclass, guys.
They're not doing a sub. I don't think they're doing a subclass. But
This is just the type of things that could happen that shit people like. Here's what you think about the experience, and then there's some hype there. And with weapons, I mean, grind is like now it's going to carry over. Like it's not going to be gone after 6 months. So there is some like level of I can prep now.
But gotta remember, we're not getting a raid for Renegades.
Getting a dungeon.
Is
And I don't know, are we going to get like an epic dungeon then? Because
we don't know. I don't think they've given us enough detail about Renegades at all yet.
you know what would be smart? Do the dungeon and then just do that just a Pantheon at the 3
God,
Oh,
I miss Pantheon so much. Why is that not just available for us to play for fun? I don't understand why that had to be limited. That was genuinely the most fun I've had in Destiny ever was Into the Light, Onslaught, Pantheon time. So
there's just a lot that went into that, and when I say a lot, it was like we were all preparing for war.
Yeah.
We knew everything we were doing. We're like, we're gonna need this, we're gonna need that. We're about to face off against the Witness, and we really just don't have that big battle. And you can't just pivot straight. You can't just go from Thanos to Thanos 2.0 like right after. You know what I mean? There's got to be a build up to it, which is that's what we're living through right now. We're living through the build up on the narrative side, and as far as the subclass goes, I don't think we're going to see a subclass until we're outside of this 9 saga. So
really?
outside of it, I think the 9 saga will be the next few years.
That's what I mean. I think we're not going to
You
see
don't
it.
think we're getting a
You're saying
subclass
nothing
at all?
I don't think we're going to get a new subclass for the
Holy.
next 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, especially if they're trying to work in a post-prismatic world and really change things up. Then yeah,
I could see that too. I do think they said, I forget who, but there was a tweet of like we're focusing on less on new subclass and more on revitalizing what's already in the game. I would hope that they talk about, I know this is Cope, like I'm not saying it's going to happen, I think it's very unrealistic, but in an ideal scenario, I think they talk about, hey, we're adding a new super to this subclass, I think we're adding new abilities, because people are kind of tired of the same old on our current subclasses. And I would personally, I don't know if y'all agree here, but I would rather them add more to the subclasses we already have than to constantly churn out brand new subclasses.
And we need supers for Stasis and Strand.
We need supers.
Yeah.
We need supers, yeah. We need more options.
There's so many good concepts for supers as well.
Yeah.
We need
our
a fourth.
subclasses are so good.
We need a 4th class. And
Ooh.
they just need to
What
drop.
would it be though? What would you think it'll be though?
I don't know.
Like, if they were to do it. You
I
know?
don't know. We got Time, we got Hunter, we got Warlock, but so that would spice things up. 4th class,
Vanguard.
you know.
I'm just kidding. I don't know if they
I
do.
get hyped for Path of Exile because of the new when they bring in a new class. So
Okay, but like, haven't we had the same 3 classes for a decade?
we have, and which is why it's time. I mean, it's way past time. You know what I mean? I don't know what it would be. I don't know. I was like, what's the next identity? That's for people, for them to brainstorm on that. It could be, shoot.
I don't even know what it would be though. That's the
I
thing.
like a fall.
what
You
would
could
it
be
be?
you could be an elixir. You know what I mean? You know, you could be Ido. You know, running around dunking on people.
A Cloud Strider?
Or yeah, actually, and just be like,
Actually, that would work.
this is a very balling character, but every other month it dies. You know what I'm saying? You're like, you have to start over again. Like, girls, I got nothing. I
The
got,
Path of Exile.
yeah, I mean, that's what Cloud Riders, they die within how many years.
Yeah, I know you just want to be a Cloud Strider, so.
That'd be dope. That'd be dope. But a 4th class would spice things up for sure. But I don't know. Maybe we're just too locked into our 3-class system.
I mean, there's no way they add that anytime soon, because like you're talking about not only a new class, but like the loot that comes with that, with on the armor side, and like redesigning. Like, that's a ton of
I personally don't think
work that I don't
anything
think they're gonna do.
massive is going to hit Destiny until well after Marathon. I think the whole focus is on Marathon because Bungie can't have that flop. It just looks, it would be catastrophic for them. I guess it would be, yeah, it'd be catastrophic if that thing rolled
Maybe
out
that.
and it just like fizzled out into nothing. Yeah, that wouldn't be good, man. That wouldn't be good.
No. I think they would almost wait. If they were doing something that big, they would wait until there was another big bad. I agree with you saying, like, you can't rush that. You see what happens when they try to rush character development. That was Lightfall. That was the epitome of Lightfall. Let's rush this character development, make it seem like he's super important. And then, you know, when he dies or when we kill something, it means something to us. And it just doesn't. You have to build it up.
Yeah, Callus just didn't. I liked Callus at first, and then he just, I don't know, man. I don't know. He just didn't hit. And
I didn't like fighting Callus at all.
and then the build up to Nezarec, like, I know we teased Nezarec, but like I guess Nezarec was never going to be as epic as Rogue, but he definitely.
He had potential though. I think Nezarec's cool.
Yeah, he fell short of that for sure.
Yep.
I mean, you know, so and then of course the destination. But yeah, I just think that Bungie's focus right now. I think right now we're in maintenance mode. Destiny is in maintenance mode. How can we keep the lights on? How can we keep people somewhat not fucking hating our guts? And then how can we get Marathon out? Because they got to get that shit out, and it can't flop.
I will say that that's a good segue, this like let's just keep the lights on mentality, into the next topic, because there's an article that says PlayStation needs to fail early and cheaply, says Studio's CEO. So we do know that there were remarks that like the independence is getting lighter and Bungie is shifting into PlayStation Studios over time.
Yep.
And so PlayStation Studios, after that day where they made those remarks, said that we don't always want to play it safe, but we would like to fail cheaply and early. And that's the quote. And I think that when I read about this, you know, like, oh, think big, but not too big. If we're going to fail, it can't be expensive. It can't be really out there. It really concerns me for Bungie falling under PlayStation Studios with that mentality. What I thought of first was the Portal. We kept saying the Portal seems so half-baked. The Portal doesn't seem like they really put their all into it. And reading about the way that PlayStation Studios thinks about taking chances, it makes a lot of sense to me that it's half-baked. It's almost like, hey, you can't put your all into the Portal because we have to see if people like it first. And then if people like it, then we invest money and we invest time into it. And then we know we're not going to fail, so it's fine. Telling a studio, like, think big, be creative. But if you're gonna try something new, it's got to be early and it's got to be cheap if we're failing.
I think it's a cultural thing. I was watching a podcast this past week, and it was a young lady who, she had all kinds of credentials, but she grew up in China, and she ended up moving to America when she was a teenager and went to Harvard and all kinds of stuff. But essentially what it boils down to is she said that in the West, especially here in America, it's almost encouraged to take risky endeavors. And then in the East, China and Japan and stuff, it's like it's really pushed to be super conservative, stay within the box, rather than thinking outside the box, because you know what's in the box, and just you find the winning formula and you stick to that winning formula. The problem is that now, although that sounds great, in a world of entertainment, innovation is necessary to just keep us entertained year after year, you know. And so with that article that you're saying from Sony saying that, like that, it is concerning because that what I see from that is Bungie, don't do anything crazy. We're not about to throw hundreds of millions of dollars at something that's, you know, may or may not work. Even if it does sound like it's going to work. Because even them saying things like, we want you to fail early or fail cheaply, that just means we don't want you to fucking fail. We just want you to make money and stick to a winning formula and stay within your box.
Yeah, but the same guy, he said that sentence and then he said, I want studios to think big. I just want to put more safeguards in place. And we learn from our failures here. And like a lot of corporate talk, obviously. I just think at its core, they're keeping people. How would a game like Destiny survive for over 10 years without innovation? And if you can't launch a portal, like you give your all to this portal, tiered loot and all of the raids and dungeons, everything's in the portal, like every activity in the game, that's giving your all to the portal. That's really thinking about the system in a way that probably is costly, probably takes a lot of time, a lot of resources, and it is a huge risk because if that launches and players say, we don't fucking like the portal, we just want to go back to the regular destinations tab, then that's failing, and it's not early, and it's expensive. So I think it's why we keep seeing happening Bungie.
What about Concord was ambitious though? You know what I mean? Like, even from like the other side, especially like who looked at Concord was like, wow, this is so really ambitious. You guys are really thinking outside the box on this. You know what I mean? And Sony greenlit that shit for what? Yeah. $300 million, $400 million.
400. I don't know what they consider cheap, but yeah.
I don't know, man. I completely understand why they're trying to make good on their investments. I mean, anyone would. What I'm going to do is in the next 30 days, I think NetEase is going to be doing their quarterly earnings, and I really want to tune into that and see if we can see specifically what Destiny Rising just pulled. And
a lot.
And I'm curious how that even. What is that deal line? You know what I mean? How they have to kick any of it?
Dude, it seems like NetEase saw something. They saw what Destiny can do. They're like, well, we can do.
I think they saw Bungie in turmoil after the split from Activision. It's like, you don't need money.
Take advantage now. You need
Got
money.
you, buddy.
Let me get the IP.
We'll help you right now. Now give me them rights for mobile. You know what I mean? And then we'll come back for your PC and your console place too.
And everything is already there. The lore, the story, the world building, it's already there. And with how Bungie's been downhill now in terms of like story and stuff. I mean, the story's pretty good, but in terms of like their game, they took advantage of the perfect time.
Dude,
like
this
game could have come out at a better time.
Right.
Players are not happy with Edge of Fate and how it turned out. They're not happy with the system moving forward. And Destiny Rising comes out. They have a whole world, different universe, but it's the same game essentially, and they perfect time. Like a fortune teller told them, drop this game at this time.
Right, yeah.
Like,
actually,
this year, I see Destiny 2 not performing so well. You might want to drop your game.
Yeah.
GTA 6 has moved to 2020.
For real, right? What are, like...
but I agree with you there, Love. It is, you know, we'll see what happens. But yeah, Sony is clamping down big time. So they're daddy. Sony's
They are,
daddy.
and I just don't know, like, do we really trust their decision making?
Well, Bungie's decision making hasn't really been working out for us. So
How much worse could it get?
That's true.
Yeah.
I guess.
What was the
the
Skeletor
argument-
line?
Dude, that video was perfect. I was
Video
cracking up.
I think the Bungie thing is that maybe they weren't putting all of their, like, maybe Bungie's mentality was also fail early and cheaply. So maybe it won't change at all. It sounds so bad when you hear that sentiment from a leader. But maybe that was Bungie's sentiment anyway, so nothing changes.
Yeah.
Pete did that at the perfect time as well.
Honestly,
He did that at the perfect time.
Dude, I swear, that guy, man. Yeah, you know, I'm surprised it took this long, but yeah, you know, and again, I'm hoping things are going to improve for the people that work at Bungie and also, you know, for Destiny too, and hopefully they have all the resources. But I think the biggest priority is going to be Marathon. Still Marathon, all the way until it releases in March.
Do y'all have hope for that game at all?
I actually do. And I know I'm throwing out copium right now, but I've just been hearing some rumblings, man. You got people really involved. It could still flop. If anything, come out and just fizzle out after a month or so. I'm not saying, I don't think it's going to be like some huge success, but I don't think it's. I think they're not going to allow it to have that Concord level flop. We'll see. We'll see, man. I could be completely wrong. You know, I hope they take the feedback to heart. They're doing the play test. What was it? They're offering $500 or some shit.
Play an hour a day for a month.
Yeah,
and
you play
$500.
You get what?
$500
After a whole month?
It's not
I think so, yeah.
exactly. This is what I told
It's
Les.
1 hour a day.
Les was like, I would do that.
I would do it.
No, you have to. The requirements are on weeknights, your entire night has to be free. So from 5 p.m. to like 11 p.m., you have to be free because they can schedule you for any hour in the night. And then on the weekends, your entire day has to be free because they can schedule you for any hour. You get paid $500 for the 30 hours. That is nothing.
Wait. They pick the time that you play? I thought the servers were just open. You play an hour whenever you can.
Nope. They pick the time you play.
I wouldn't do that.
That's absurd.
Dude, that is awful, man.
That's really bad.
What?
Yeah, football.
So that is common practice for playtesting. Like I looked into it, but like what is that, $15 an hour or something like that? I don't know.
$15 to play.
The point is you really are gonna have
gotta
to
really want
enjoy
marathon.
playing marathon. Which I mean, I don't know. My take is kind of like, I mean, I don't know if it's gonna be really that good, but at the very least, like with the amount of testing and they're doing and the amount of time they've had post the alpha that was earlier in the year. It better be at least kind of fun, like what the heck were you doing in the past year? So I don't see it flopping, but we'll see.
I'm still at the party that they should have just gone with fully customizable character.
That's just locked now, Les. Ain't no turning back.
That hero stuff, man, does not fly with some people.
It's locked, and there's all kinds of stuff. Big things for Marathon. One, is the world even going to look better than what it looked like? I think it will be because they know that that's a big priority. Two, they got to scrub all the assets too, so it's almost like they probably got to redo literally everything. And then, are they going to add a social hub? Are they going to have add a PvE only mode or some shit? You know what I mean? I don't know if they're actually going to do that or not. And then what was the other things that like people were asking for?
Comms being open.
Well, we were asking for proximity chat.
Yeah.
They will have that.
Yeah.
Because people were like, what kind
Solo
of
mode,
fucking extraction shooter doesn't have proximity chat? So then they're like, okay, here it is. But I don't think we're getting like social hub or anything. I'd be very surprised. We can't even get, like, we're asking for these MMO features in Destiny 2 in MMO.
Right,
So-
you are right. We're not even getting that in damn, you know, but even like a tower or something like that. If Marathon gets it, bro, they're already getting damn dedicated servers. They're already getting dedicated servers. They might pull some bullshit like that. And look, I don't understand this either. You know, Bungie, you owe the Destiny community a lot. All right, when the damn alpha rolled out and everybody was screaming, who were the only people that were still playing the damn game after 2 days? Destiny players.
Destiny players.
Just Destiny players playing that shit, you know? So I just think they need to, you know, they did the little collab there with Destiny Rising. They need to do something big here because I think it's going to be the Destiny community that carries Marathon. And it's so strange to me because like a lot of the playtests for the longest time, Bungie was like really trying to avoid anyone in the Destiny community. It's like, why? I know some of these guys don't all play extraction shooters, but these are the people that, you know, keep your lights on.
Well, when you go back and look at the alpha, it's like who streamed Marathon and played Marathon the most. It wasn't the extraction shooter players. Most of them dipped pretty early on. It was Destiny players.
Yeah.
Destiny players were there playing Marathon like all week, essentially.
I will say, I think I watched every single review of Marathon that exists on the internet, or sorry, on YouTube, because right after that test was over, I just was watching everyone. And I will say, like, there were extraction shooter players that were a lot less negative than Destiny players about that game. I think they had a very, like, calm, here's what I want out of an extraction shooter, this is what it did have, this is what it didn't have. Everyone loved the gunplay. They were like, that Bungie gunplay feel was there. But the Destiny community is definitely more harsh in general, so I don't know for sure that Destiny players are the only ones left. But I do know, like, Bungie can pretend that the games are entirely separate and that, like, Marathon is not for Destiny 2 players, but I do think that a lot of Marathon players will be Destiny 2 players, and so you have to make Destiny 2 players happy for
Here's another
successful
thing
game.
I want to mention on your point, Cross, about having like all these features coming into Marathon. this is another area where I think a great example of Hello Games and how they're operating with No Man's Sky and Light No Fire. It's like every single update, they're like, yo, here's this tech that we're developing for our new game, and that's helped us add it to this older, like to No Man's Sky. And that's just like every single time, it's like, oh, well, not only do I think No Light No Fire is going to be incredible, but now No Man's Sky is getting better too. It's like, yeah, this is awesome. And we're in the opposite camp where it feels like, no, we're actually pulling PvP resources away from Destiny in order to make Marathon. And it's just the exact, like, this is how you end up with a community where Destiny doesn't, like, is very critical in the game.
Because they feel, you're saying because they feel alienated?
Yeah, you feel like the same thing. It's like, why aren't we a part of the conversation that we
You don't feel like
for?
it doesn't feel like a whole community feels like a separate community.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're going for about that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest. I did enjoy the Marathon Alpha. It wasn't that bad. Like, it's just very stale.
That's what we're always going for, less, not bad.
Yeah, I know, right?
Are we?
I mean, it's like the gunplay felt pretty good. Like, it's missing features, and I see why they wanted to keep it under NDA. God bless that it wasn't under NDA, because oof, if that thing released September,
Dude, it would have launched in September. I think it's a good possibility it would have launched in September and
Completely failed.
Like I see the vision with Marathon. Like I do see it, but man, I don't know if they can turn it around. Like if the rumored release date is March, how much can you really add in 8 months?
Well, I think the extraction shooter space is going to be very interesting. Like so Tarkov on Steam, we've got Exoborn.
Tarkov is coming to Steam?
Raiders.
Yes, it's coming to Steam.
When?
Like soon.
Oh shit!
Is it soon? I'm pretty sure it's this year, or was it next
I
year?
didn't know that.
Yeah, I think it was like a tweet like Tarkov's coming to Steam.
Well.
But
anyway, you've got Tarkov, you've got Exoborn, and you have Arc Raiders. And
I was gonna say Exoborn is
Cube.
now like you're gonna have to beat the feeling of that for me. So
And
dude, Exoborns.
I have the
play it
itch for Arc Raiders that you guys probably have for Exoborn. We'll get to dive in whenever that launches specifically, like 4. But my point is that Marathon does have a little bit of the benefit of looking at all of those things and then like maybe adding some features or seeing what people's reactions. There is going to be a lot of competition, but there is a lot of space. Whereas if Marathon had launched right now, let's say it was the same experience or a similar experience to the alpha, you might have said, well, I've got Tarkov or Exoborn or Arc Raiders here in like a week, and then just immediately just leave and play the better extraction shoot.
yeah, I think there's not a lot of space right now. I think an initial launch date of September, very bold to me to begin with. So
That was shocking.
very shocking. If we were testing it in April, September was shocking. So I think it's for the best. I think the game, I don't know if it'll be successful. I don't know if it will be as big as Bungie wants it to be, but I do know that its best chance that it has is it coming out early next year.
Yeah, and they have to put their best foot forward. Give us the more fun maps. Don't give us the boring shit. Like, because all I heard in the Marathon is like, oh my god, the ship map was insanely better. It's like, it seems like we should have gotten the ship map then. You know what I mean? Like, it's like they said, okay, what's our best content? Let's not give them that as their first playthrough, or as their first playthrough, or something, whatever. It's like, you would think they would give you the best stuff to kind of get a positive review from you, but I don't know how they think of those things, but whatever.
At the end of the day, it's still going to be whatever the map, an extraction shooter. And while you're getting your shit on the ground, whatever you skill, someone could come fuck you up and take your shit. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that is what it is. That's the game that it is. And look, there's some appeal to that. I also enjoy the beta. Not enough to be like I'm about to just play this game all the time, by no means. But I enjoyed it enough. We had good moments.
First day.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll see, man. We'll see.
All right, well, anything else we want to hit?
Final Fantasy 14 this week said that they might, or they are going to be dropping an old gen console. So PS4 specifically is what they hit on, but they said that they want to keep making updates to the game that old gen consoles can experience, and they don't want to cut out old gen consoles, but that it is becoming very apparent to them that the PS4 has, like, they've just reached the technical limitations of PS4 with their game, and so their plan is to drop PS4. There's no given date. There's not a timeline out yet, but they did say like we need to keep evolving the game and making updates, and we have to drop PS4 to do that.
This is 14.
So yeah.
Yeah, online.
Yeah, they might be doing it. Okay.
Dominoes Ball.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean that's a big game. Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
it's got so much content. I'm amazed they've been able to stay on there for this long. I mean, I think Bungie's gonna have to make that pretty soon too for Destiny.
Well, that's why I bring it up, because
Yeah.
I think it's something we talk about all the time, and we know Bungie knows where their player count is. Like it's clearly people are playing Destiny on old gen consoles still. There's no argument about that. But Final Fantasy 14 clearly got to a point where they're like, they know that they have player population there too.
But it was
And
worth it to cut that.
yeah, they're choosing their game over the population. So I think the question becomes, you've got this player population that is funding your game currently that you don't want to drop. But if your game is limited because of them, then don't you think you just get more players in general if you evolve the game beyond technical limitations of old gen consoles? I'm in favor of dropping old gen consoles if it means the game evolves in a significant way. If Bungie drops old gen consoles and then tells us, oh, the Plague Lands are back, here's an activity, like that's not clearly not worth
Probably what will happen.
yeah, so maybe Final Fantasy 14 is just planning on some really big changes, but I think that's required if you're gonna drop the consoles.
I even think First Ascendant did it too. Didn't they drop last gen consoles as well? I mean, I know
Did they?
Yeah, I want to say they did. Chat, someone correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, I mean, look, it's 2025. How old's the PlayStation 4? 11? Holy shit!
Let me see what year it came
Yeah,
out.
I mean, it's overdue, bro. Like,
Yeah.
In damn middle school. Look, it needed to be dropped a long time ago.
12 years ago it came out.
That's
It needs
a
to- it needs to
long
go.
time.
it needs to go already.
I don't know if that means we're going to be improvements. That's the other thing. I don't, you know what I mean?
That's the backlash that you'll get probably. It's like, wait, you drop these consoles, but nothing
Nothing changed.
major changes.
Yeah.
Like that's the backlash. So they have that excuse is like, oh, we're supporting old gen console, we can't do too much.
Now you say that, but isn't Marvel Rivals coming out for PlayStation 4? Or is my chat
Yes.
baiting me?
It is. I think I
is.
read that.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
It
So
is.
they're going back.
They're going back to try to increase player population. I do think in a game like that though, that doesn't have PvE, that might be an easier switch. I don't know. Or you can just keep it like old gen consoles, play other old gen console players. Like I don't know the details there, but yeah, it's very, very bold move to go back. Also, like, do you need the player population that desperately? I don't know.
Somebody's got to get formed.
I think, like, as of
Yeah.
recently, like Marvel Rivals player, player count is a lot lower than it was like when it launched. Like more comparable to Overwatch is. I don't know the exact numbers, but I think they are probably in a situation where they want to keep that and get back to how many players have in our game. I don't know. I like anything that's PvP related, live or die based off how your player population, how many people you're matching up against.
It seems like that's
Like a
every
rank.
game though. Like it seems like that's every game, man. Every game, even if it's good, player population just
Well,
goes down substantially a month in.
Here's my thing. I just don't care if you keep 50,000, 40,000 players year round. Okay, no, that's still something to be very proud of, by the way. But what I'm saying is, I look at Path of Exile. Path of Exile had crazy drops. Granted, a lot of their players went and played. They go back and forth between Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2. But they get crazy swings in their player base. But everyone comes back for when they drop new shit. And then they peak out at, they 300 some thousand in a given day. You know what I mean? So I guess the question is, do you want 40,000 consistent year round? Or do you want that big, that big pop that occurs when you launch new content? I don't know. It's just a numbers thing. But I get, and then, like the other side of things, like, could you just have both? And there are anomalies. Counter-Strike.
I think if you're keeping consistent player population year round and you're launching major expansions or major content drops and you're not seeing a peak for those, I feel like either just everyone who's interested in your game is playing it year round no matter what, or maybe your expansions just suck. Like, I feel like you kind of have to have some sort of end drop-off situation with new content. But yeah, Counter-Strike's an anomaly there.
I will say, losing a consistent player base it's much worse if your game is an MMO.
Yeah.
'Cause then you can't match with, like, if you're in a situation you're like, I want to play the raid, but I can't find anyone to play the raid. That hurts. That sucks. I see why MMOs would want to do that. I guess where a game like PoE is good is you can play that entire game solo, but you don't have to play with people. So yeah, I guess it's an apples bananas kind of thing. I just I don't know. I think having big pops, even if you have player drop-offs, you still have those big pops. You know, there's a lot of people that may not play certain games year round, but as soon as that game drops something, they're going to go run and jump on and play the piss out of it, you know? And they're still a customer. They're still going to pay.
I agree.
Good points. These were all great. These were great. I didn't even know. I hadn't looked at the Discord today, so this is good stuff.
Oh, good job. Yeah. I'm glad that someone.
Okay, Liv, I did. I looked at the doc. Don't worry.
We've got some people that care about the agenda here.
Oh my God.
No, I'm just kidding.
That everything?
Good talk.
Yeah.
That's majority of everything. Yeah.
Wow.
We're gonna have a lot to talk about next week.
The next
Yeah.
week's gonna be.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna
whirl,
cover-
man.
We're gonna have to do this fast next week. I'm gonna let y'all know. I'm gonna come in here. I'm gonna be looking crazy, and we're gonna be jumping right back into Borderlands. So
We can move this back to where
we wanna do
can
Wednesday?
Also talk about. We can also talk about Borderlands, or we move it up and we do the podcast pre-Borderlands launch, and then we talk about the Ashen Iron.
it up.
Ghosts. People who sneak past but shouldn't. Stakes, crossed. People who want to show self.
physical expressions won't win a fight, but they feel good. And feeling good is